scrabble, find back and bitter wood. Sarah say, and just a touch of sinner, but the main ingredient, and the one Miss Laro in vain. And if you see a man back bent, he just left Miss Laro tell. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Choco pine can. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. You could have tell you from my own experience. Me start touching September 1st, getting ready for the 10th. The feeling that come over me was so intense. Me take off all of my clothes and jumps and wrap back fence. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Choco pine can. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Boy, wicked.
I tell Choco pine, you have to drink the roots tonically, the man drink it like water. But you don't really know the formula.
Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Choco pine can. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Me hear the man ball when him catch a rouse. Me hear the man scream, down in a sorrow. Never want to one in both the roots from Miss Laro. He could have back up sing off his sparrow. The roots that he could keep up, then we know. Talawala, pala de umbre, sassy, brilla, so summa, pisa, bed and ginger. I love scrabble, find back and bitter wood. But the main ingredient, are the one Miss Laro invent. And if you see a man back bent, he just left Miss Laro tent. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. They get a boy to pay with himself back up Bethel. He said he could hear voices coming from hell. One of the voices tell him to snatch up the girl named Gretel. Now he a big bowl of the bally in a one jail cell. The rules that he come cheap up, then we yo. Talavala, pala de umbre. Sassy, brilla, so summa, pisa, bed and ginger. And love scrabble, find back and bitter wood. Sarah say, and just a touch of sinner, but the main ingredient, and the one Miss Laro in vain. And if you see a man back bent, he just left Miss Laro tent. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Choco pine can. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. You could have tell you from my own experience. Me start touching September 1st, getting ready for the 10th. The feeling that come over me was so intense. Me take off all of my clothes and jumps and wrap back fence. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Choco pine can. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots, did the roots. Greedy the roots, did the roots, did the roots.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. It is Thursday, and you know this is our new day. Greetings in the name of all things good and gracious. Before we even get started, committed to the betterment of Belize and life on a whole. We are here every Thursday evening from 7 until 9, and that's Belize time. You can figure it out for yourself, whether you're on the West Coast or the East Coast. Thank you all for tuning in and listening for whatever duration of time you wish. We have no sacred cows, no axe to grind, no scapegoats, no agendas of any kind, neither personal nor political. All we do is try to take a full frontal look at the issues that are trending. Number of issues trending today. There's a damning expose making the wrongs on the internet. I don't know CY, obviously, I want public document. I don't know if you have it, if you've seen it, but it certainly makes our country look bad, but in particular, our prime minister, and it's narrated in an American voice. So I don't know if that was an official document coming from America or somebody put it together. Obviously, there's some old footage involving the father of the prime minister. We know there's a history there. So they kind of like rehashed the whole thing. I don't know if there's anything currently being considered as criminal that will be brought against any of the prime minister or his cabinet members. It's a tough situation. Or look who the cat dragged in. My goodness, I haven't seen this fella in a while. Greetings, my brother. How are you?
You
Uh,
talking to me?
you're going to start right out, right? You right away. You're going to start. Well,
I don't
what's
see
going
you,
on?
though. I don't see you.
You don't? Why?
No. I mean,
I'm
it's a good thing I don't see you, but I don't
no,
see
no,
you
no.
at
You
all.
you must have something there. My Let
You
me
could
see.
see me.
How now? Where you see now? I could.
I just see me. I just see me.
I see you clearly.
All right.
Um,
Well, let me see what's going
I
on
don't
here.
know what you're doing here because I'm sure CY, if CY didn't see me, he would be saying something. I'm seeing myself. How about now?
Okay, hold on. No, I don't know. Just seeing me in the corner here. Let me see what's going on here.
Something on your computer.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
So that what? Wait a minute. What?
I press. I don't know. I guess I had made it small, and it now I pressed on tab, and you came up now.
Well,
So
show me how to do it so I can remove you off of my screen, because that would then make my day. So we'll have to listen to you anyway. What's going on, Spooners?
everything is okay. I'm drinking my hold on, it's my Polish cup. You know, my mother is Polish.
But
I'm drinking something called yellow paw. It's sorrel with white ginger and cinnamon. Somebody told me that it helps with high blood pressure, which I was suffering from. But
uh
with the medication the doctor gave me, drinking the sorrel tea and so on, my blood pressure for the last 2 weeks has been normal.
interesting.
It used to be it's been ideal sometimes too, but it used to be hypertension 2 and
Okay.
hypertension 1,
What what
frightening,
what
but
kind of what kind of effect did it have on you when you? How would you know when your pressure is going high?
you know something? I don't feel no way. It didn't make me feel
And then just when I put the gauge on you, it comes up, right?
yeah. It's something that apparently it's like diabetes, a silent thing, no? Unless you don't know you have it, you don't see it, you don't feel it. But I guess there are symptoms like headache, dizziness, things like that. No, but I've been doing some medical checkups. I did your favorite test, the colonoscopy.
Mhm.
Then tell me you come there regularly for that one day, you know. So
No, since the big hand doctor moved, I got I stopped going. And
yeah,
you
no,
don't work it anymore.
I had a doctor with a thick finger and
Uh,
long,
you,
and
you,
boy, I
you had fun. You
I
had
was
fun. Tell the truth.
everything is good. Everything is good with me.
So you checked out good and whatnot.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So I'm
why I
happy about that. I'm happy about that. The usual stuff that comes with as you get older, you
get
know.
older. I mean, boy, it's a bitch. If I knew this was gonna happen, I would not get old. I had a mistake.
Some,
So
something is
you're
not stuff.
so you have Polish roots. You know, there's
My mother escaped from Poland when the Germans took over. Yeah, and then she
y-
couldn't go back because the Russians took over.
was she a typical Polish person? You
When you
know
say
the
typical,
there there are a number of jokes and whatnot.
oh yeah, the like what they think of the Irish or the Newfoundland people and so on. No, she was
Depend.
pretty cool lady. She's a cool
Okay,
lady. Yeah.
bright, smart, and thing.
Yes, nice lady too. Very nice
I,
personality. Not take advantage of nobody. Very sweet lady. A lot of people know her in
well,
Belize.
you must take after your father, huh? Anyway, yeah. So, Spoons, what's going on, man? I'm hoping that. Wallace gonna drop in on us.
Yeah.
And this is a big story
Yes, it
because
is.
I got the details of it. And at first I was saying, well, we don't know the what yet because it might be inadvertent. It might be just a flying bullet, wrong time, wrong place, wrong time. But it seems that it was an attempt on this brother's life. Um,
Wow. Yeah.
and it's crazy because apparently the only reason is that he lives in a neighborhood that is warring with another neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know that we were true in all the times I've been following crime news. We in Belize were not to that point yet. Um,
Yeah.
we weren't where they would be targeting just random people in a neighborhood because they live there. You
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
so being a prominent member of that neighborhood. But if that's the case, then we all have to look at this very seriously.
I was traumatized to a degree when I first saw it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it when I heard it. That's why I'm gonna give you a lead buzz and I'm gonna ask you if you may hear about it, no?
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
this guy was bigged up, a young man from the south side, and he's done well for himself. Now we'll wait till he comes on and gives us the what really happened and so on. I don't want to say anything, but I just know that he's a good guy. Several years ago, somebody had loosened the lugs on my wheel on my vehicle, and when I was on Freetown Road, the wheel came off and the vehicle dropped and got stuck in the middle of the road. Wallace never knew me. He knew who I was, but I didn't know him. He was there with his wife. He stopped. He gave me assistance, got my vehicle pulled over to the other side, dropped me home, came all the way up here and dropped me home. And then he called some of his police friends to keep an eye on it till I had it towed away the next day. So that shows you the character of the person. He's a good man. And if they try to hurt him, that's bad because he's a good man. He's a good Belizean, a productive citizen, a productive Belizean, and we always hear nothing good come out of the south side. And here's a good story about somebody, you know, who has come out, who has uplifted himself. I'll tell you a story too that disturbed me. Long time ago, I talked to a very prominent man of color, a black man, and I said, you know what, the South Side, and they don't want to see people who look like me. They want to see you that come from the South Side, how you get out. You know, he tell me, he said, if I could get out, then could get out. And that was the end of the
He,
conversation.
he, he
And it
doesn't
disappointed me. Yeah.
he doesn't want to share the story. He's not
No,
interested
no.
in,
And
in
but that's what those young black kids want to see. They don't want to see a white man like me go back there because I don't struggle like them. But they want to see their own. Somebody who has got dug themselves out of that situation that they find themselves in, to pick them up, to help them, instill just like what you're doing with those young men. I know when you came by my place with the young kids to remove rubbish and so on, I watched how you discipline them. You got them to work, discipline, speak properly, and stop playing around. Get down and do the work, and that's good. That's great.
everything in life is a lesson, and we of our generation have been through it, and we could try to pass it on and hope that they catch.
Yeah,
And at the end of the day, you're not get 100% of these kids at all. But if you get any number, it will be better than none.
yeah,
Because at this point, I am looking at the next generation and I'm saying our times were hard, but it wasn't as hopeless as what I'm seeing from this generation, Spooner. And in particular, when we look at this incident with the shooting, the attempt on the life of Wallace, no?
yeah,
We, in our days, we used to fight and then make up and later on become good friends.
yeah,
Now these kids, they look for take out one another over some very minor things.
yeah,
When you
yeah,
look at some of the gripes that lead to these grievances and these desperate actions, you say, but then why would you? Why would you need to? What are you trying to prove? That what your ego is so big that you get uh, blasted so quickly. Ridiculous, man. I don't know. I'm hoping that something will change. Something will, whether the politicians come along with a better plan, whether the system education do better to instill in them. But something has to happen, or a lot of them will be lost. You know
They need a secure home. They need a secure, just
that.
like how, when I look at how I was brought up, my mother and father were always there. I never saw my father put a hand on my mother. I never saw my father drunk all the time, or my mother. My father would come in a little bit, they'd go to a cocktail party or whatever, come back home, and he was a cheerful, he'd be singing and things like that, but never abusive. But I'm not trying to make any excuse, but a lot of my friends that I grew up with, they grew up in stable homes and they're all successful people. The other thing too is rich people or people who have the means don't have 5 or 6 kids. They have the most 3, but on average 2, because they know how expensive it is to give a good life to your children. If you can't afford it, you can't. How you have 5 children? How can you provide a home for them?
There's a
There's no father there, no father to instill discipline, no father to, the sons need and the daughters are, they need a male figure in the house. I mean, you could split up. I mean, me and my son's mother, we split up, but we were engaged into making sure my son and his sister grew up. We never, we made sure that they were provided for. No hate between us.
it's important also for young men to have men, young boys to have men to look up to show them how to be men.
Yeah,
I sincerely believe that while many women have done admirable jobs of bringing up young boys into men, the the ideal is to have a man show him man things. Then kind of like how to stand up and pee, if you will, to put it in a way like that. It's just, I mean, serious. There are things about being a man that you need to learn, and you
yeah,
can only learn it from a man.
yeah,
The
yeah,
girls learned their things from the woman. Of course, now we've blurred the lines since everybody wants to be what the other one is, and
yeah,
in many instances you can't tell the difference.
yeah. Well, I
Um,
enjoyed bringing up my son. I changed diapers, all of that, beta, all of that. And I was always with him, and the more time he spent with me, I was happy, and it was just lovely to have him around, and his sister too,
I'm sure sometimes
Alicia.
you miss him having grown up. I mean,
Yes, yes,
you want him to grow up to be a man
yeah, yeah,
and take care of himself, but you miss that interchange where
yeah.
you used to go
Children
on,
are
no?
beautiful people, and you have them, and they are your priority. You dedicate your life, the time for you still enjoy life, but
Yeah.
that is not a priority anymore. The means to support your children, school them, you know, give them a meal, dress them nicely,
Yeah. I mean,
things like that. Provide a nice home structure for them. And I think that's what has happened is the family unit has been destroyed. But it doesn't say that split people cannot bring up a child.
correct. But
Well,
it's
you
certainly
can.
not the ideal
Yeah,
scenario.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So and it's good for both sides, because for you too, it gives you a sense of responsibility, a sense of purpose,
yeah,
and it's a fulfilling feeling when you know that
yeah.
you've taken care of your responsibility. Then
Yeah,
so
yeah, no, and there's always, a father can be a father, but the mother is something very special to them. I mean, they have a special relationship, But a
boy,
father will always be a father, but the mom is the important.
tell me about it. Tell me
Yeah,
about it.
they're the important one. Yeah,
And while I don't care how much you do for them, they will still cling to their mother.
oh yes, oh yes,
They're
oh yes.
drawn to their mother, and they look after their mother, right? They say,
There's
"Oh,
that.
oh, Dad, you all right? Everything all right?" And that's it, right? And gone.
Well,
So,
look at Mother's Day and Father's Day. Do you see the response for Mother's Day? It's overwhelming. And poor Father's Day, I hardly say anything.
only collect calls when they used to be collect calls, right? So no problem. Why? But listen, what we gonna do? I have to deal with it. And if those were the only problems we had, it would be okay. It'd be
Your
all
camera
right.
needs to come down a little bit. Your head is the bottom of it. Yeah, you need to bring it. Yeah, there you go. You got it. You got it. Aye. Little
But
bit more. Okay.
you
Need for
kind
minute
of,
again. Yeah.
hey, I got
Mhm.
on camera way,
Okay, there
hovers
you go. There you go.
precariously,
That's it
but you
now.
kind of touches too, my boy. I mean,
Well, I'm a photographer, man. You know that. I'm very, details is very important to me.
you did do photography.
Yeah.
How have you handled the shift? Because certainly to digital now, they want totally different beast, isn't it?
Digital is so easy.
And
So
everybody can
easy.
do it.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
do, yeah,
You don't need to know too much about, if you have an advantage if you know about lighting, if you're going to do
right,
studio.
right. Which is what makes
Yeah.
a picture.
But what I'm impressed about is the smartphones, the quality of the images, the
Yeah,
lighting and the detail and so on is incredible. You can't blow them up too big because they'll start breaking up.
right, right.
But I take pictures, when I was at the cafe and it'd be evening time and a little bit of lighting, and you took pictures and it came out beautiful. When you had film, you had to know how to light that scene so that
Yeah,
everything came out, and then you had to develop the film, right? And before you could see how it was, and then you printed it, and then you go, oh wow, oh my, I didn't light it properly over there.
you
So
have
you
to do it
really
again.
you had to know your film. You had to know
Yeah.
your film.
Did
So
you?
digital is so easy, but what it does, it makes people creative. It's a new type of photography, and now people instantaneously they take, like, hey, you do a wedding shoot, bang, you take a picture. Oh my goodness, the white dress is too white. You erase that image, and then you tone it down and you take the picture again. Instantaneous editing. It's incredible.
Did you do the dark room thing and all of that? Did you
Oh
have
yes, yeah, I did my black and white.
uh,
Yeah, this guy who used to teach me called me Lofty because I was tall, and the English call tall people Lofty. Good
okay.
guy. He was good. I love doing black and white. Apparently, they still do it when they teach people photography. Apparently, they still have black and white labs for black and white film and for printing black and white pictures. And black and white is beautiful. There was a photographer called.
There's
Huh?
something special about that. Yeah, there's it's like as if you get more out of a picture, a black and white picture, than you
Yeah,
do, and that's interesting because color, of course, brings
yeah,
more color and more details. That black and white, there's something about a good black and white picture.
yeah, definitely. But digital photography is so easy. What it is now you can have artists that just take a photograph of the image. They don't even have to frame it properly. They don't have to worry too much about lighting. And then what they do is they create the magic in the editing tools that you have on the computer now, So
It's incredible.
yeah,
Anybody can be a photographer.
yeah.
Just point and shoot.
Apparently they have programs, I've been told, but I thought about it before I knew there were programs out there. You can take an image, and if you lit it badly, there is lighting where you can pretend that this was a flash that you should have put here, and another one here, and another one here, and you brighten up different parts of the subject. So it's incredible what you can do.
And this is what I think technology ought to be doing. Or people with that kind of mind and brain should be working towards things like these that make a difference in the lives of human, as opposed to weapons and
Yeah,
even space travel, which I think is a big waste of money and time.
yeah, yeah.
Um, I prefer to stay down here and watch the stars than to try to go up there and reach them. I really think we have enough on Earth to preoccupy ourselves, no?
Yeah, they're looking for life. They're looking for another form of life, and
Oh, where you
and
do it when you find them, man?
it's
Enslave
too
it?
far away. It's too far away, but it's incredible technology. But we're talking about artists and so on here, and that's why when A&R said what they said, I was in agreement with them because I see a lot. Remember the Gaga, the Gagarugo water?
Okay.
Remember?
Gamma
A
Garugu Wata.
Honduran, yeah, a Honduran bank took Honduran claim it was
Right,
their song
right,
when it was a
right.
Belize. And I think Shine also tried to protect the artists in Belize. That is what you have to think about. It's copyright infringement. And artists spend a lot of time when they do a painting, that's why they're so expensive. They're not doing that overnight. But I think Steve Perriott is doing them overnight. and he produced a lot of paintings right now. But you can imagine you work a whole month to paint, and somebody come along, take a picture for you, painting, and then sell it. That's wrong. And so I was in sympathy. It was mixed emotions because you're happy for the kids, but at the same time, counterfeit is wrong. And everybody came down on A&R, and I thought that was unfair for them because they were just protected. It's a business. That's their business. They make money from that. And they had the sole distributorship of those bags. And it's a copyright infringement. It could be civil and it can be criminal. I looked it up today. I don't know what laws we have in Belize, what that regulates that, but I know that Belize has signed on. I can't remember, but in the back of my mind, they have signed on to some agreements where you respect other artists outside of Belize copyright and they respect ours. You look at all the TV advertisements, all the radio, we're all using other people's music.
I
It's
see
terrible.
that.
It's terrible.
I see that differently.
Yeah,
I'm not.
okay.
So let me try to summarize my point of view on that. No, because
Go.
when I take for instance an artist or a musician, when they have a gift, it has to be a gift because I know you could pick up on guitar and try for 20 years, and the next person who has the gift just pick up that guitar in a few months and play wonderful music. Most of the time, artists enjoy what they're doing, and I don't think they could do it unless they enjoy it. If when the money comes in, when I don't, for instance, I don't think athletes should be making much money as they do, and the reason they do because they charge a lot of money at the gate, and they figure, oh well, they should get an amount of that. Yes, they should get amount of whatever money is made off of it, but it doesn't have to be so much. The whole commercial aspect of it takes a lot away from it. Um, and I really don't think that copywriting that's something that's noble. I think if you have something and you put it out there, do you know the guy who invented the match? I don't remember his name, but they were telling him to um but what do when you know
Patent,
copyright
a patent.
patent that, and he said there's another word too. But anyway, he said, you know what, it that is too important to mankind, and I don't need that. I mean, I want that to be my contribution to life. And uh, uh, when an artist produce a song, yeah, but and then getting filthy rich, I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know if it's deserved. So maybe I'm naive in this way, but I just don't see the commercial aspect of it as being what should be leading the charge in at this fight.
Mhm.
You get creative, you create something that the world can enjoy. There doesn't have to be a price tag and everything. And you get my point, and you might not agree, but I hope you get the point I'm trying to make here.
I hear what you're saying, but I guess you would have to be an artist to understand the amount of work that's put in for the final product. And for
Ev-
somebody
ev-
just to come along and just steal your
I,
image
I yeah, I hear you when you look at it
when
like
you
that. You're
produce
looking
it.
at
Yeah.
somebody stealing it and making money off of it.
Yeah.
Now, all things being equal, if that person was ethical, he would then, whatever he made off of it, ensure that the original artist got the share.
Yeah.
That would be okay then, and he then be an agent or some sort. But I don't know that the artist does himself any justice or good by concentrating on that. Many an artist have fallen because they went after the money as opposed to after improving their art and coming up with a better product. Just a point of view, no. So if but listen, make we get, but you brought up the topic of the school bag, and that you talk about something trending. That I find very interesting, and there are many ways to look at it. I was listening to Moshaid yesterday on Krem, and he made a very good point. Again, I think that Mose takes a little long to make a point, but if you can bear with him, you'll get where he's going. Um, you know, a guy me deadpan line to wait for he finish talk, right? But
No, I didn't really.
yeah, man. The guy, they were having a conversation, and the guy just kept trying. Excuse me, it was like that trying to get in, right? And after a while, Mose just kept going and going, and then it got silent. Then Mose heard on talking in the background and say, "Oh man, you to talk to somebody else and cut off, right?"
Yeah.
After I cut off, the wife came on and say, "Boy, this man just had a massive heart attack, and maybe he may get a heart attack anyway."
Yeah.
But the anxiety, I don't know if you've ever been talking to anybody and you got a point for getting, even regular conversations, and the person is just keeping the mic, keep it going. What the term when you do it in the political arena, not gerrymandering. What are that term? When they just somebody hold the mic and just keep going for hours and hours and hours.
Hugging the mic. I don't know.
No, there's a term, and I don't remember how, I forget.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it's a frustrating thing because many of us, in particular, as we get older, can only hold a point for so long. And a person that talks a lot many times go off on a different tangent, a different topic, and then that you're held there frustrated. And I wanted to make that point. I know I can't remember what the point is I was trying to make. So, but anyway, the point he was making
You were
is
saying that Mose we're talking about the school bags,
right.
and you had a point to make.
Yes,
so.
and no, I got that. I was coming to it. He said that school bags can't be that hard to make. This I don't want, scientific thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want very you once you get the machines and get the prototype and it's easy. So, and again, we have spoken about this before about the Williamson factory that did sewing, that was making all those Dickie jeans and whatnot. So this
500 people they employed.
You know what I'm saying? And that all that went. So and all that skill went. Because I don't like photography that you don't need it again. You still everything has to be sold by people. Of course now they send it to like Cambodia and Vietnam and then places where they do it dirt cheap.
Cheaper, yeah.
And then market way up. But again, like making a school bag, like even photography, where you need all that skill and whatnot to come up with proper lighting and whatnot. The school bag, you make it once you get the sample in place. So there's another side of it though too, that we Belizeans will have to learn to be satisfied with our local products. And how you look upon it, you know. Because you could say, all right, what the name of the school bag? What are the brand name?
Jan something. Yeah.
Jan something.
I've never heard of it before.
You haven't been buying school bags. So, but the thing is that we should be able, and we have to need to be more dependent. This tariff thing kicked in, and all of a sudden now we're starting to realize it's going to have an effect on us. In fact, they were suggesting that the tariffs was making the school bags price go up, because we have to import them in, no? So the aspect of that, I think.
But hold on a second. We don't pay the 10. It's anything that goes to the States. There's the tariff, not what's coming in.
No. Anything that goes to the States,
unless it was made in China. That's right. Remember,
but
that's
these are made in Vietnam and different places.
Yeah,
not
so
necessarily. Because we're importing them.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how that works with U.S. products. If we're importing stuff from the U.S., has the U.S. put a tariff on themselves?
Well, I know something that sometimes when you buy things from the States, depending on what state you buy it from, and then you forward it to Miami, and then Miami through Caribbean Caribbean shipping, they ship it here. Some states charge a sales tax, but there are
Oh,
some companies, if they know, once they see the schedule, they will refund you your sales tax, no?
if
Because
it's leaving the country.
it's leaving the country.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
when it hits Belize, to get it over the years that I have bought from the States for my cafe, even for my photography at the time when I had the photo lab and the studio, when I buy something in the States, so it gets delivered to my, so from Miami to in my hands after the broker, the cost to me has gone up anywhere from 1.5 to 1.75 to 2. It doubled the price
Wow.
by the time it gets to me. The import duties have gone down, but there's the environmental tax and there's return revenue tax. But the government of Belize, because it's the big money maker for them from customs, they charge anywhere from 5 to 100% in duties. Furniture for my place, if it cost me $5 in the States, by the time you get to Belize, it costs me $10 because of the duty. I get back the GST because that's the arrangement. You're a tax collector and you pay and you collect it for the government. But we have
Well,
our tariffs. Those import duties are tariffs, and they charge 30, 20% depending on the product. No? So that's a tariff. So we are on foreign goods. We have put a tariff. We've had a tariff where before Belize never had to pay a tariff when it went to America.
well,
Um, you know,
our tariff is supposed to be high too because
fuel. Look at the tariffs on fuel. Look at the
yeah,
tariffs on fuel.
yeah, yeah. No, but how does the free zone system work? Do you understand the concept of that? Do you because you can go to the free zone and buy stuff much cheaper than you buy it out here. Of course, I don't know that they allow everybody to go in the free zone, but some
Well, I
people
think
do.
somebody who has a store in Belize City should not have a store in the free zone.
In trade,
I,
right?
I
Right.
don't think because you know how we did at Belize, nighttime, 2 o'clock in the morning, and so on, gate open, and let's bring that stuff to Belize City. I haven't any proof of it, but knowing how things are, I'm sure a lot of movement of people who own stores in Belize City and who have stuff in the free zone. But how the free zone works, and boy, I wouldn't want to put my head on the block and know how it works. All I know is that if you do buy stuff in the free zone, that when you come into Belize, you have to declare it. They may give you a break, but you have to declare it and you have to pay Belizean duties on it and GST. You
Well,
know?
how when you coming through the airport and you got a duty free, and again you get a big discount on that in there.
Yes, you do.
But they don't tax you when you come
But you're
over
only
there.
limited to so many. You only like
Okay,
say you
right.
want to bring in if you want to bring in whiskey, you can
Yeah.
only bring in like 2 bottles. So they have a limit. There's a limit
All
on
right,
what you
yeah.
can bring in.
So you
Yeah,
never make no money on it. Not chances are you're not going to be able to resell it and
yeah,
get back any money.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the store still makes their money. They don't lose anything on their profit because the difference between the duty free, I believe, and what it sells in Belize, that's a markup due to the duties and the GST and things like that. No?
You're talking about duties and tariffs and whatnot. I was watching a story today about three young ladies. I think you must have seen that because I think that
Oh
put it
yes, I
up.
just saw it tonight.
One leave it a weed spooner.
Yeah,
And you know think about time where and you spoil these people vacation. They will probably never come back to Belize. They
yeah,
will not spread the word, speak highly of Belize. They'll go
yeah.
in there. I understand that they're fools, kinda like you to bring sand to the beach. You go get good weed
Yeah.
at
But
Belize.
you know that weed in America is top notch. For we weed, I believe terrible.
No,
Like it used to be the bark.
well we get no.
You,
We get
we get
the
imported
foreign.
weed here. We
You
get
have to pay
imported
for
weed.
it. You have to
Yeah.
pay for it.
But the
But we
local weed not as good as it used to be.
Yeah, but you don't want to buy local weed at Belize. Yeah. And there was a time I was in the States at the time and the big craze was Belize gold
Yeah.
because
Or
we were
Belizean breeze or
producing
whatever.
some of
Yeah.
the top weed.
Yeah.
And you know what happened, right? Is
Yeah.
when your people came in and invited the American in with their paraquat, sprayed all the fields. The thing that they didn't foresee is that they didn't. Not only did they kill the marijuana, they killed a lot of the bees, and it affected even the citrus industry and a lot of the industries that depended on pollination from the bees. So this is crazy. I mean, something like this with America now legalizing weed in their country because there you could go in a shop and buy it.
Yeah.
This are grounds for a lawsuit. We could sue them and to because they destroyed vital industry on our part, our survival.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Um,
wasn't in Belize at the time. I was away studying or working at the time. But this stuff, you just kill the weed. Yeah, you couldn't smoke it after you sprayed that stuff. True.
well, it was poison.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
poison. So there are
Yeah. Go ahead. It's crazy in this world today where you got and they kill people in a Gaza and you can't have weed legal. I don't understand the priorities. I can't. I
legal to kill people in Gaza, no?
Yeah, but you
Which
can't smoke any weed. It's crazy. You
which,
know.
which spoons we can't escape talking about that.
Yeah.
Well, I got you because that situation rages on, man. When is it gonna stop? I mean, when is their hatred gonna stop? Or their vengeance, the quest for vengeance. Because basically, one Israeli official was overheard saying that he want 50 Palestinian to every one um, Israeli that was
Yeah.
killed during October 7th.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if they haven't passed that mark already because they're going for like 100,000 people dead. 2 years going, still bombing all over the place, and
Mhm.
the entire world, Spooner. You know, they're not showing it on the media, but there are protests all over the world
Yeah.
every Saturday, you know.
Yeah.
Now I see Dylan Vernon and Yasser
Oh wow.
Musa.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's not tonight. He's having that thing.
no, 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 no. That's Monday, the 25th, I believe
That's
it is.
next week, Monday,
Yeah.
right there. You have to go. I have to go to that. I want to go
Put
to
it on
that.
the calendar. Put it on the calendar. We have
Yeah.
to because
Yeah.
you know we have to do something. I believe that Belize is in a position that it has to speak out against that
Yeah.
genocide,
Yeah.
and not only because of how wrong it is, the killing of all the innocent people, but the position we're in is a terrible situation because what we have a neighbor Guatemala is much bigger than us.
Yeah.
If we allow this might makes right, then their might can be their right and our misfortune. So
And America and either Democrats or Republicans, they support Israel. You
not to
know?
mention the UK, because the
Yeah,
UK is
but
also
yeah, Europe does too. But they're taking their time. They're changing, but they're taking their time too long. It's been too long. I think Israel has got their revenge. They've got their revenge already. I mean, they've gone way past it.
way past that,
You
way
know.
past that, and that collective punishment cannot be right
Yeah,
because how you want and whether they do not want preemptive strike, they're saying, oh, one of might grow up and do it again. Now there was one person, one Hamas person that had said, yeah, we are doing it again after October the 7th. And they used that as a rallying cry. But those children that they're killing, man, the 20,000 children had no hand in that, Spooner.
yeah,
And the only reason they're killing them and maiming them, shooting them in their testicles, shooting them in their knees, the country with the most uh, uh, um, amputees in the world, people with lost all the limbs of their body. Um, Man, there's no justification.
yeah, yeah.
None.
I've thought about it. It's I do a lot of reading on it, and I've sort of this is the kind of information I got. I'm beginning to think that it was a mistake by the West to give them the country, the Zionists, the country of Israel, if it was based on the Bible and all of that. But what you have now, you have 75 years of Israel, and now those generations of Israelis, this is all they know. This is their country, and they ain't giving up. They got nowhere else to go. Where are they going to go from Israel? But at the same time, I can understand how the Palestinians are
Yeah,
reacting back to the Israelis.
yeah.
That's their homeland. That's their homeland too. They took, it's the Israeli homeland in the Bible, but the Palestinians have always been living there in
But who?
majority. In
But
majority.
Spooner,
Uh-huh.
I with all due respect, the Bible is a pure justification for anything.
Yeah, man.
The Bible has been misinterpreted, misquoted, down through the ages. There's so many things in there, so many inconsistencies, and for you to come now with a Bible and God being God as we know Him, or how you want to look at Him, God is able to come down at any minute and say, "Yeah, boy, I'm getting this." Left them with it, but that has not happened.
Yeah.
And you
But,
would think that would happen.
but that's a book written by a man who happens to be a Jew
But
too.
there you go.
You
Now,
know?
now we could look
And
upon,
that was the center of the world at the time. The Middle East with Persia,
right.
Greece with Turkey. I mean, that was the center there. Europe was behind. Europe was developing, but they were nowhere like what those guys were at the time intellectually. And the Jewish, you know why the Jews are so good? They're very disciplined, and their religion binds them together, and they're just, I don't know, they're an incredible people. They're incredible
But they're
people,
greedy. They love
and maybe
money.
that's why people don't like them.
They worship money. They
You know.
worship. Karl Marx himself, a Jew,
Yeah.
said that money is Israel's jealous God,
Yeah.
before which no other God can stand.
But we
And
treated them badly.
yeah,
Europeans did
but
and Russia. They
Spooners,
treated them badly. Yeah.
yes, they've been the most persecuted people ever in history. But for a person who's chosen by God,
Yeah.
don't you think they would have had a little break somewhere
But
down the
what about
line?
the rest of us? If they're the chosen people, what happened to the rest of we?
We're
The
plebeians.
chumps, huh?
Yeah, we're servants. We're supposed
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
bow down to them, and I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see that God would say, and in particular his present state of the Israelis, and say, you know what, good or bad, that day I want, because there's some bad in there. Some of the so-called far right extremist thinkers, their savage is cruel. They don't got
They're
no kind of
dangerous.
no godliness about them, Spooner.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
So they want create now. A funny thing, because I was watching Ted Cruz the other day. I don't know if you saw that interview with him when
And
he was. You saw
yeah,
it,
yeah.
right?
Go ahead.
When he was saying, well, the Bible commands us to.
He's a religious fanatic, right?
I would imagine, but
Yeah.
be that or not, for you to
So is
use
the
that
vice
as an
president. The
excuse,
vice president is religious too. I can't pronounce things sometimes. Yeah.
it's advanced, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But do you think there's a solution between Israel and Palestine? I don't really see one. Too much atrocities between the two groups.
Boy, at this point, and you say they have nowhere to go, nowhere else, but all of them have places where they came from. Very few of those Jews that are living there now.
Yeah. They were a minority. Yeah.
There was a little bit that were there, and I don't know if any of them are still around. But I think that they would have to go back to where they came from,
Yeah.
or I don't think a two-state solution would work. It would have to be a one-state solution. Palestine was the state, because in 1945, after World War II, and they came up with this United Nations Charter, they basically, that was the constitution for the world, if you will. And what they did was they demarcated all the borders, all the countries, and like, all right, these are the countries of the world now. No other, then no more country right now. We're not new, no other places to conquer and whatnot. So when the British decided, all right, we're give on our homeland, which I think was dangerous to start with. Do you just give a group of people that wants to just live together in a clannish manner. All of them and their entire history has been developing weapons of war. Um, the next thing is the hypocrisy of them being allowed to have nuclear weapons when Iran cannot even have weapons for peaceful purposes. They can't enrich uranium even to come up with nuclear uh, um, capability for something else. So I think that is, and again, and somebody I was speaking to Rufus X the other day, and he was saying he thinks the key is for everybody to have nuclear weapons because they don't mess with you when you have nuclear weapons. And he pointed to North Korea, no?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I see you go in the wrong direction, though. I'm saying nobody should have it. Nobody should have that kind of destructive capability because you don't know who's going to come along as a leader. You might get a fanatic. You might look at Trump. You see what I'm saying? You don't know what they will do with that button that they have their finger on, and they can override any objections and say, "I'm doing this," like they did when they went in and bombed the facilities in Iran. That was just one. That's that one, and I was so amazed when listening to an interview that Trump gave before that. He said, "You know what? Nobody know what I went do. I might do anything. I might not. I'm saying this is the kind of power you put in the hands of a man, any kind of, much less a man that has proven erratic and with no clear
Yeah.
way of thinking." So
Yeah, but at the end of the day, G Mike, I would think that the West would be less to use a nuclear weapon than a place like Iran and those very
well,
fanatical
I don't
countries.
know which is the
Because
only
if
country.
Trump wanted to
Oh,
use
oh,
a
oh,
nuclear
oh, oh,
weapon,
oh,
he
oh,
can't just do
oh,
that like
oh,
that.
oh, oh, oh,
He'd have to
oh,
go to Congress to get that
oh,
passed.
oh, 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 oh,
Go,
oh.
go ahead, go ahead.
Which is the only country that has ever used nuclear weapons?
Oh, I know what we are. We are. They always bring that up. That is always
What do you
brought up.
mean bring it up?
That's always brought up.
is
Has
it
it been
true or
used
not?
again? No, it
Is it
wasn't.
is
It was
is
something
it
that had to be done.
why did it have to be done? The war
You
was
had to do
over.
that to save lives
Save what lives?
and to end the war a lot quicker. They
Oh
were given
man.
a chance. They
Oh,
were given a chance. Remember,
well,
they
yeah,
bombed one.
here you go
And
with that foolish
that's not
justification, man.
foolishness. No, it's not. It's not.
Are you serious? Do you know how many people that collective punishment again? You gonna destroy my entire city like that? Hundreds of thousands of people because you want to save who lives? Not their lives. And aren't their lives as valuable and important as any other life? No, I don't.
The
And
justification at the time was to end the war a lot quicker
all right, so
and save more lives at the end of the day on either side.
you could
Okay?
say the same
And
thing
that's the
now.
price
Then
that they paid.
you could say the same thing now that they might just want to win in these two current wars. Should they now maybe drop one on Ukraine or Russia or Israel?
Yeah, but Trump could not do that on his own. He can't just decide and wake up one morning and say, "All right, make I press the button." He can't do that. There's a process he has to go through.
Listen to me, Spooner. Trump has the House and he has the Senate. Trump has a kind of they have in a tranche. They have these supporters are like zombies. They do what he tell them to do.
Not all of them. To pass his big, beautiful bill, there were 15 Republicans who refused to go along with him.
And did the bill pass?
It passed at the end of the day after they went to talk to these people.
You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
You see?
But I don't. I
You are hopeful. You are hopeful. All right. I am telling you.
trust the American system.
You're expecting a victory of hope over experience.
Yeah.
You trusted them then. They gone and just did that. That was devastating, Spooner. You could downplay that all you want, but you have to think of the damage that something like that can do. Nobody ought to have nuclear, not the West nor the East.
Well, nobody's. It's gone too. It's too late. You can't disarm it. It'll have to be a different set of people with a different mode of mind to say, "All right, make we just get rid of all them." It not happen. You know, happen.
Uh,
Mankind likes power. We're programmed that way by nature.
I don't know that if I'm suggesting to you that it should happen or that it will happen. I'm suggesting to you that that would be the best case scenario.
Yes, it would be. It would be
So,
nice that they wouldn't have it,
yeah, I
but
mean, it'd be
it's
nice if
there.
if we could all live in peace. But that's the
That's what
problem. Why we're here? That one small planet, you know. The Earth is not that big
it's the
when
only
you think
planet we have.
the only one
And
we're
there's
sure
nothing
of.
else out there. And I believe there's life out there, but it's not very close, is it? It's far
I
away
don't
if it
think I
is.
don't think there's any life out there, really. I don't.
Yeah.
I think this is it. Where the sun is the center of the universe. Everything revolves around the sun.
And when that
I
burn out, you're gone.
well, I mean, if you're no, I wouldn't even think about that.
But
That
what
will
is the
not burn
purpose
out.
then? What is the purpose of all of this?
To enjoy life.
If there was nothing, what would nothing look like? What would be the color of
No,
nothing?
you're going on a tangent there, but that's all right. I'll go with you. Hold on. I'll go with you
Okay.
because you're asking now all of this. But I tell you what I believe, right? And when we talk of God, I believe that God, man, all men are gods, but no one man is God as we conceive him to be. Um, God became man. God had this he created the earth and the fullness thereof, and then let us go down and create man in our own image and likeness. What does that say to you? And those are the words. And if you're going on, and I believe that some of the Bible true, a lot of it isn't. A lot of it is put in there to control our minds. But if we are dedicated enough to the process of finding the truth, I think he'll come to you. And another scripture I like is, yeah, I will speak to you through yourself. So you will know these things. So if I got your attention, I don't know that there are any. I don't think there's any other life more intelligent than man outside of manners. But you got life, everything like all animals and whatnot, the life, no? So
Yeah.
yeah, there is the one topic that has been discussed through the ages. Smarter men than us have tried to untie that guardian knot, if you will. But that's not a simple thing to do. I tell you the truth. Um, we we go back to the school bag thing though, because I want to talk a bit more about that, Spooner. Um, what I think this is showing is the condition that some people are living in where they ain't got enough for school bags. I think that a part of the solution, and many people are talking about how many books these children have to carry to school on their backs, which might in fact sometime lead to back problems later in life. Why can't they? And I was thinking it this morning when your friend Groove on Creme suggested it. What about lockers in these schools?
That,
In
that just came to my mind just now. Yeah.
You don't need that many, Spooner,
Oh, by the
because
way, he said to tell you that you're gonna miss out big time on Sunday. A lot of food, a lot of
I'm
good
sure.
food, a lot of good people.
I'm sure. I'm
But do
sure.
continue. But I had wanted to go back to the school bag situation. I would like to know education in Belize is free, correct? So parents don't have to, from state school, parents don't have to pay any tuition. Is that correct?
I heard that there was a bill that was passed. Yes.
Okay, so they don't pay any tuition, so they have no expense there. What are the other expenses they have? Do they have to pay for their school books?
There are fees that they have to pay. Yes, they have to buy books.
Okay. And how do you know what that runs up to?
But I imagine like $600 a year, 600 a year, something like
600 a
that.
year.
Yeah.
Uniform is another
Uniforms
expense.
are another expense. And again, here we go with the uniforms that we should be sewing. We should. And Spooner, everybody wears uniforms. Even the little stores are using uniforms. All the government and departments, the police, the Coast Guard, the BDF, everybody, all this, the schools, the teachers, everybody use uniforms. Why are we not sewing our own uniforms and everybody to wait for them come in or to go to Melcher to buy?
Yeah.
It,
There's
it,
a
it,
business
it
right
makes
there
no
with the
sense.
support of government. Yeah.
Want 10 machines and let it go. You know,
Those a lot of those ladies are still around from
I'm
Williamson.
sure. I'm sure if they don't want to do it, they can teach somebody how to do it. So I don't that part I can't. And what is it? Is it that they just don't have the common sense to figure that out, or they figure they can't do it because they will infringe on somebody's copyright? What do you think?
And the copyright infringement. Well,
But I think we have to produce more. And again, I think we need to look at not only producing for ourselves, but we be the ones to sell to Melchor instead of Melchor selling to us. I think it's time we look at Guatemala as a neighbor with 18 million people to feed and clothe and provide for. We, you know, Belize was long touted as the bread basket, and I heard I heard it spoken of a couple of weeks ago when somebody was making a presentation that Belize should be doing more in supplying, in particular, the Caribbean. But we have the perfect situation here, the perfect climate, Spooner, the perfect land, anything you throw don't grow. They're just a matter of getting structured. And yes, government has to play a role in this, man. They have to spearhead these moves. That's what they're there for.
yeah, they're supposed to be there for that.
But
They're supposed to be the bright people. They're supposed to be the leaders, correct?
as opposed to getting rich, because they do get rich. Somebody was pointing out to me that the other day that one particular minister recently bought $1 million boat, uh, over $1 million for that boat. Um, Man, what opulence, and is it wise? Because after a while, people start looking at it and say, "But wait a minute, man, where my piece of the pie? Where's my share of all of this?" And I think that one of the things that was highlighted also with the school bag situation, the disparity between the haves and the have-nots. When one person is struggle for a bag for sending child to school, and the next person is like, well, uh, uh,
I wish I could remember what it cost me to send my son to private school. I can't remember, but I know. That's why I want to know, why is it the people with the free education, when they don't have to pay for tuition, what is the real cost per year per kid? Okay, I mean, if you have 5 kids, you're not trouble.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
So
But
even if it's a minimum of $1,000,
and it's sad that the poor people are the ones that have the more children.
yeah, the rich people don't have a lot of children
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they can't provide them the
They
life that they want to
understand. Yeah,
provide them.
yeah. So, but neither can the poor. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that can't be the reason why they don't have the children. So, yeah,
Yeah,
no
but
man.
you don't have no idea roughly. It would be nice if somebody, I asked it on Facebook, that I'd really like to know.
But you
For
mentioned
these
some.
people that are getting the help with the school bags, um, what is so expensive that they need financial assistance?
But they have to feed the picnic then too, man.
Well, that's normal. That is something that's not extra. That is something that you have to do anyway.
Right.
Okay, but I'm talking about school books and bag and tuition. But they don't pay tuition, so their only expense is, I guess you said there is a fee you have to pay, a registration fee, and the school books. I don't know if they have to, if they get the books cheaper, or do they have to, because I remember the books were expensive when I think you're talking about over $600 to maybe $1,000 for books, no?
But I don't know why you didn't make it, but you didn't make a point. That was an interesting point. And that's something we should look at for real. because what really is the expense, and we should know.
Yeah.
We should know because many of these people go to school. Another thing I was watching, because right after the Gamboa story, I saw the Karimusa one. I don't know if you saw that. He was doing a school bag giveaway and back to school in his area.
Hmm.
We by the way, in the Charlie Burton Park, and you know I've come hitting up on you a couple of times for this. We've been doing this for the past 9 years.
Yeah.
Um, so we
Well, I
we
sent a message to Said. I don't know, it's not Said Perdomo, that if he had any spare ones, if he could please give them to you, because your project is an honorable project. You are helping the kids in the neighborhood, and I think that out of that, I think it's now like nearly $100,000 they've collected now, right? Something
I
like that. It's
understand a lot of
some
money. Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
money,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So they must afford to give you quite a few.
Actually, actually,
Have they
I mean,
reached out to you?
yes, Gamboa
Good,
did.
good,
I heard from Gamboa finally this evening. In
nice
fact, I
one.
was concerned. He said he'll bring some later on, because I told I primarily I need supplies to put in the bags. I got some bags. And they're not name brand. They're
Yeah,
not, but they're courtesy at the area representative, no, which I'm grateful for that. And the thing for me is even the name brand bag is not so important,
yeah,
because another bag they learn, another bag when they most of them will tear up halfway through anyway, and will
yeah,
last the bag or something. So, and the amount of bags that are being given out, I don't want to know exactly how many, and maybe we have enough for every child. But I when I watched Kareem's program, they had a lady up front, and she was stacking up, and I don't know how many kids he got, but she was reaching out, and and many times, Spooner, we have to differentiate between need and greed. Many people reach past that point, like Israel, and go then far and overreach. They go past the need, even when their need is satisfied, they want more.
yeah.
You
Well, the
know,
question and why I was asking, because I read the comments are very interesting, and some of the comments was, like you just now said, the needy and the greedy. I think it should go to the real needy,
of course,
you know.
of course, and I
But
think that's why people who give, that's what they want. That they give for that reason. I
mm,
don't think anybody is happy giving something that it doesn't go
yeah,
to the most needy.
but we don't want people taking advantage of it when they know that they can afford to buy that for their family. They're doing that when that could go to another needy child. And somebody was saying that maybe one is the kids, the number of kids that they have, 5 kids or 4 kids. Also, their lifestyle, the hair, the nails, the clothes, the partying. If they were responsible people and selectively put aside so much for the next year, that maybe they wouldn't have to be getting these kind of. But I understand that there are people out there that are real needy, and I'm just wondering if there's a group of people there that are taking advantage of this benevolent,
Benevolence, benevolence.
benevolent
But, but,
gesture by the
but
community of Belize.
you're treading in a
Uh-huh.
touchy area, you know that,
Thank you.
because there are those who are sitting on the wait, uh, and you the you beat up on poor people, Spooner, but you're making an excellent point, because here we go on now. A lot of poor people go through more money on a regular basis than rich people do. They don't have the money, but they go through more of what they have. You see, when you'll have people with money pinching pennies, and trying to make sure they get the best value for their money, poor people tend to many times squander it. And that one sad state. And when we speak, we're not talking about everybody. We know that for sure,
Yeah,
right? But for the most part, I believe that one good point, and that one insensitive point to suggest that people if they were more trivial, if they were more careful with their spending habits, if they were less extravagant
Yeah.
in their, and like you said, the hairstyles and the trying to impress others. There's a certain thing. Um, I
I
my
don't
fellow,
I don't come from hearsay, I've seen it.
no,
I've
no, no,
seen it in
a
the 10
fellow.
years of me dealing with the cafe and the staff. I have seen it where people, they give you this sad story that they can't afford to buy medicine for the kid or whatever. But come Monday morning, they come with a new hairstyle with the extensions and the fingernails and the
I know it's
fancy
not
wig.
cheap. You
Yeah,
know it.
yeah. Well, I know that I was surprised to find out that fingernails cost like $75.
Hmm.
While here, I what do you call it? Putting
We
braids in and all that. You're talking about $150. And if they're getting a wage of 200, 250 a week at the time,
you can't afford that.
you know,
Yeah, yeah. I got a fellow that works for
I'm
me.
only talking. I'm not trying to put down anybody, G Mike, but I'm just saying that I manage myself. I know what I can afford and what I can't afford. I'm retired now. I don't know how long I'm going to live. I could probably live for another 15 years. I don't want to sponge off on nobody, off my kids or anything like that. But I have to manage my money. I have to, okay, I spent on medical the other day so much thousands of dollars. Now I can't go out and drink up and all of that and the party and so on. I have to manage myself. Watch what I eat. That's what I do to survive. I'm very disciplined that way.
Again, a conversation that makes a lot of people uncomfortable,
Okay.
but it might be time for us to have that conversation. There are two sides to it. There's a side of those who are asking, that the people are to be helping who can, but then the other side are the ones that are asking, are they doing enough to lift themselves on the position that they're in, the condition that they're living in, where they have to ask, um, have they sought employment? Are they doing enough for themselves? And you don't want to get insensitive, because there are poor people, and there are people who are in the position they're in not because of any neglect on their part, or any uh, um, any unnecessary uh, um, spending, or a waste of money. But there are many who, if indeed, and again to the one mindset, poverty in a big way, the one mindset. If you think you're poor, you can have all the money in the world, and you're poor because you need more. You have to get more because you have set a certain standard for yourself. Um, if you're if yeah, I've known we were poor growing up, but I guess you could say we were happy. We weren't completely. We didn't have everything we wanted, but we made the best of what we had. And I think that the way have to somehow I find that as we go through life, you come up with the things that you need, in particular your daily sustenance as far as food. And so somehow it that, I mean, read one thing the other day where he say God ensures that every bird is fed, but they're not sure the food in their nest. So the bird have to do something, but you have to go out there and try get the food, provide for yourself in some way, and it's a conversation that will have to be had. We can't just sit down and say, "Oh, all right, this one we have to you have to mind them. We have to get better social programs. The government have to do more." Yes, all that is true, but that should not be what those who are in that condition are waiting on. They need to somehow develop a drive within themselves to do better, learn something, teach your children something. No,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, the I see your phone.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's just it's some a lady that I know that does her job is that she she collects information and she sends it's her career, and she sends it to different people who subscribe to her. She doesn't charge me, but she
Oh,
sends me.
I'm thinking they come to you for the information, which you're the source, no? Yeah,
But
I
where Joe tonight? Joe wasn't on tonight.
Joe, he was Joe now busy man, at his age I think he's too busy for
Yeah.
soul. But he's always involved in certain things. Sometimes there are placenta, sometimes there are beliefs. I didn't see him this week. Usually with a meet a couple of times over at Baked. I have you ever go over there to
Where's this?
Baked?
No, where's that?
By Baked cafe over in by
Oh, Bake D. Yes, the one in Kings Park.
right.
No, I have not been there. Yeah.
Interesting because once you go around there and stop in, you'll find some interesting personalities. In the mornings, the guys that gather there and just have little chit chat and whatnot. No,
Yeah.
interesting conversations. So Joe and I usually meet up there and sit down and have a coffee and whatnot and discuss some. I don't know what happened tonight. I did not touch base with him before, but he received the link. So, that interesting fella, got a load of information. I wonder if sometimes a plant of the establishment, they take up for the establishment. All right, Julia says him lovingly sieve school bag for Simon Kwan with the plastic handle. From infant one to size, your size of bag gets bigger to every class you go. Julia, I go even before that. My recollection of like ABC, standard sub 1, sub 2, the slate. I mean, I came along at the end, when that was getting ready to phase out, but there was slate where you know me, you never had the experience as Spooner.
No, I had a market one of those plastic, but the thick plastic, and it had patterns on it, and it held all my books, but it wasn't a what you consider a school bag. It's not like these rucksack school bags that they using now, or you know when you see in the movies the kids there with the little leather, and they open it up and it's latched and all that, and they take out their books and so on. My one was just like what everybody had in Belize.
The bag?
The shopping bag, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you call them. I think they got them from Augusto Kwan at the time.
But like I said, this
Simon
slate,
Kwan. Sorry, Simon Kwan.
yeah, and they've been around since forever, right?
Well, they've been around as long as I know myself. Yeah.
Yeah. The slate though, that me want slate.
She says sieve. She says sieve. Sieve.
I know, no. But I talk about I went back before that. I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's sieve bag, that one in nylon bag where you come and see through.
Okay.
That's
the one
what she talk about.
that they showed it on the morning stew. I think they showed.
Okay, it might be that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I the talk about one slate. You get
Uh-huh.
one piece of slate and one piece of chalk like, and then you take your notes and whatnot. When you change subject, you wipe that off.
Uh-huh.
All right, and that what was all you needed. That's all we had, and you go to school with that. Sometimes it broke.
Oh, I
broke
just
slate.
get you now. I thought you said slate was a brand name of a bag.
No.
You talk about the chalk, the blackboard, and you could write chalk on it and so on, right?
All right. See why they say he make boat out of the border of the slate when the slate broke.
The wood round it, yeah.
Yeah, because they had a frame, right? And then you had the slate inside.
No, I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Yeah, you're too young for that. You're really too
No,
young.
man, I'm not too younger than you. I'm only about 3 years younger than you.
Yeah, but see, you gone the school where you gone, they never use that. They only use
I went to
computer.
St. Catherine's Elementary.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sister no me about that.
Yeah.
But no. I went to Holy Redeemer from scratch.
Yeah.
But
You were our rivalries. You all never like we. I don't know why. On a call we punk school.
But then come think about it. St. Catherine's Academy was a girls' school. In fact, hold on. I didn't even know that boys went to St. Catherine's until later I learned that, and I said, well, wow, yeah. I'm thinking that our girls' school. When
And you know what? Like sometimes I listen to Krem and some of the things that they say, and I'm going like, we were way ahead of the times in Belize. We never had segregation. We had integrated school. You're talking about the 1950s, late 1950s. I was like the only white boy in the class. All the rest of me black, Spanish, Indian. You know, like Coolie. What we say Coolie in Belize, then Trinidadian don't like when you say that. But I
I
was
know
like
you
one of the
you know they made that a bad word.
yeah. But in Belize, you don't mean nothing bad.
No, it just mean an East Indian.
When they call me white boy, I don't get offended by it. You could say white boy derogatively, but when sometimes when even now when they call me white boy, tell them, whoa, hold on, you have to call me Mr. White Boy, not this white boy thing. But
Well,
no, we were integrated in the school. I was a minority. I've always been a minority in Belize. But we were a
well,
minority in the school. The school was very well integrated. You're talking about the 1950s. We were
but
way ahead of everywhere. Way
you
ahead of South Africa, all in other nations.
but we even had some Chinese in the classes. Cause I went to school with a couple of Chinese
Yeah.
kids. You
The
know,
original Chinese that came
yeah,
here. This
yeah,
new bunch don't really integrate with us too much. But it looks like the new ones, the ones that built the place by Halova Bridge, they seem to be more Belizean than a lot of the other Taiwanese that have come to Belize. Huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, where you think most of the Chinese are coming from now? Taiwan or
Taiwan,
mainland?
I think, yeah. I
Yeah,
think Taiwan.
cause we had an influx from Hong Kong one time. Remember
Yeah.
that when they
Yeah.
thought Hong Kong was going to revert, well, it did revert to China, but
Well,
they thought
when we were growing up, the Chinese that were here were Chinese. They weren't Taiwanese. So when I come back to Belize and I tell the guy, "Are you Chinese?" and the man nearly beat me up. He said, "No,
guy
I'm not no bloody Chinese. I'm Taiwanese." I
that
said,
that, that
"Oh,
they're actually the same thing, but they
yeah,
broke
they're the same
away.
people." Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you believe that situation will lead to anything? Do you think they're gonna one day be uh, gobbled up back by China
I
or,
think
or
China should have no right to it. These are Chinese people that went over to this island that they escaped to, and they made it their country. America is not going to allow it. No, that may start but China, they're not something that they're not for play with. You see
not
how?
not at this point? Yeah,
No, they're
but
they're 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 too
but
powerful right
I
now.
guess we in Belize would have to look at Taiwan's
Yeah,
side because we in a nearly the same position, except that Taiwan was once a part of China,
yeah, it
and
was. There was
we don't think that we were ever a part
yeah,
of Guatemala as such.
yeah.
You
But
know,
look what they've made out of that island. They're such industrious people. It's
man,
discipline, man.
yeah,
Discipline and order. We not got that yet. We not got discipline. We
like
got a lot of
Singapore.
we got a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of bad. Yeah, we got a lot of bad mind here. It's sad.
What about Salvador? Anna Bukele.
Well, everybody like what he's done there with the crime.
But you get some conflicting stories now that in fact it kind of too draconian and it picked up people that didn't deserve to be picked up. But I imagine you'll get some of that whatever you try to, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it's so tough. I imagine being a
When you're
politician.
trying to doing good, some will suffer because of that. It's like when you catch shrimp. The only shrimp you catch everything else. That's on the
Um,
floor of the ocean. That's why they
or
ban it in these.
or as they say, when you if you want to make an omelette, you have to break a few eggs. No.
Yeah, but he seemed to have done well. I mean, I don't, I would hate to have lived in that kind of circumstances where the gangs take over. And what can you do? You not got nobody for go to, and then they threaten you.
But that
Mhm.
that one tough. How long can you hold them? And
Yeah, that's true. How long you can maintain it?
yeah, because you really have to afford it too. You have to you have to mine it, you have to feed it, you have to keep them secure, you have to pay for a lot of guards because they know it take one. They almost you need one guard to person because
Yeah.
some of the guys that are really bad guys. In fact, you go look upon some of the tattoos and say, "Why this I know a guy where the mom meet
No, I wouldn't
on a
want. Oh,
lonely
yeah.
street."
It's not somebody I would have want my daughter go out with.
Well, there you go. You see it. So
But like you say, how long can they maintain that? But he's got a lot of approval around the world. Of course, the liberals and the lawyers and the human rights people are against it.
Yeah.
I like the suggestions when people are against it. They say, "Well, why don't you adopt them and have them come live with you, and you keep an eye on them and so on?" Because I would be frightened of these people. I would when I look at them. If I was walking down a street and one side had Mennonites to walk, and I'm on the side where a bunch of them guys from El Salvador are walking on the other side, you bet your ass I'm going to move over to the side and walk by the Mennonites. Just
But
uh,
but but
you
you'd be surprised that the side where might get messed up because
well,
that no all men no all
how
men are
many
nice.
gang how many gangs are there in Spanish lookout?
You know, fine there. You know, sit
I
there. I
know that
mean, you
I
know,
know
know where
there's
you go
the
on.
badness. I know some of them are involved in some
No, all
illegal
of them
things.
ride horse and carriage. You know, some of them are
Yeah.
into that money too, boy.
You got the
So,
modern ones and you got the ones that are not that modern. But how many gangs you got in Spanish lookout?
but that's another thing, though, Spooner, because you know what? We in Belize, and you talk about how we were so far ahead at that time. But even now, I think when we look at us living together, and the- I said that too because it is, I don't know that we're living together as well as we can because it seems everybody drag off to their own area, their little corner, because they're out in Spanish Dakota and Blue Creek. The Mayans are down south claiming half of Toledo. The Garinagu are up over there in Stan Creek and they're amongst themselves, no? The the East
Well,
Indian,
G Mike, the little issue there that they had at the cafe with the lady who everybody got upset about when they thought that I was running the place. What that taught me now is that it's probably the new generations. It's not the people who knew me when I was growing up in Belize. That generation's a little bit beyond that, and the older people. But that was an eye opener for me. Is that I'm not looked at as a Belizean, but I'm looked at as a white man, and that was an eye opener for me. And I've noticed that because I've noticed on my street that when I try to secure my business there and keep the area clean and the plants clean and the parking issues and so on, the amount of disrespect I get from the young black youths in Belize is it's not what I experienced when I was younger. Things have changed.
Spooner,
Let's be real. Let's be real.
I've been trying to make the point that we'll have to at some point look at each other as Belizeans.
Yeah, we're all
As a,
Belizeans on the same ship.
look past the color of skin, and I wish the white man had known this before slavery. But see, this is why you can expect to have that kind of backlash because there's a long history. You see, as you are Spooner, Jeremy Spooner, could say, all right, I'm not racist. I look at everybody as equal, as the same opportunity ought to be available for them.
Like Martin Luther King said, the content of their character.
Correct. So, but you can say that, but there's a history, Spooner. And not only that, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of white people even today that don't have that liberal view that you have of
Well,
things.
they're idiots. They're idiots.
And yes, so
They're
if,
white trash. That's what they are. They're
and
white trash.
if all white people can look at them as that and see beyond, I mean, the racists and whatnot, and say, well, you know what, they just don't fit in to what we need to be as a people right now, and push them, let them know, be real with them, because a lot of times they're aggressive, they force their ideology upon you, and you say, well, hold on a minute, just to not fight you, back up and left it. But at some point, we have to stand and fight and say, listen, this world, for us to progress, for us to move forward and live in peace, we will have to respect each other's rights.
Yeah.
So, but
Well,
uh,
go ahead. I don't want to break your train of thought.
no, you did that, and yeah, all right, wait a minute.
No,
You
I,
broke your
I
own.
sometimes like to read the comments. Some of it is humorous, but it's bad. It make fun out of a bad thing. But there are things posted on Facebook that are trolling for racism, and when they show the black women fighting and in the hamburger joints or whatever, or at Walmart or whatever, or promoting Black history and so on, I watch the comments, some of the comments, and they are very racist comments on there. Have you ever read the comments?
There are there's a lot of racism, yes,
Yeah.
and not only from
They're
white
baiting
people,
people. Yeah.
not only from white people to black people, but from
Yeah,
black
on
people to
both
white
sides.
people,
Yeah.
from black people to other people. So I think at the end of the day, what we'll have to do is try to promote the better way of life,
Yeah.
which is certainly a respect for everybody.
Yeah.
But getting back to what you were saying about sometimes they were defacing some of the things on the street that you put in there and whatnot. Did you find it hard establishing a business? Because we look now upon what Wallace they go through. And initially they were thinking that maybe that because of jealousy and whatnot, did they try something and not like see it. But
O-
after, yeah.
Okay, what happened to me when I was building the place, and after I built it, people were destroying my place, pulling the bricks off the wall, destroying the plants, throwing rubbish in front of the place. So I had to take control and establish my place and make people know that this is me. So anytime I saw it, I walk right out there and I tell them about it. I say, please, you're not trying to keep the place nice and clean. These plants are beautiful. You don't need to pull on them. You don't need to pull them out. People would turn over the flower pots and so on. I met a lot of that. But then when I establish me, that this is me out here, and me take control out here, that's why those plants don't survive on Albert Street. The shops in front of the plants don't take, what do you call it, take possession of it. I took possession of my place. And that's how I survived out there. I
But
got
but
what I got.
but do you
If I
think?
was a foreigner, I mean, I left Belize a long time ago with the stuff I
Well,
put out there.
well, again, from what you say though, you
You stand your
for all
ground.
intents and purposes a foreigner.
Yeah.
But was it because of the fact that you are a white man? Do you think, or because you're a successful
Some
person?
of it was the white thing.
You know, I think
Some of it was the white thing.
some of it
You know
at least.
how they cuss me out, yeah. You white
Yeah.
mother effer, you know how your ass back where you come from, you
But
know.
I wonder. All right,
I
now
never
you
like
are
it when they said bald head white man though, you know. When
a
the
part
mother
of the
effer
one.
was all right, but the one they put the bald thing in it, that pissed me off,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't have to make it so bad.
Yeah. I've had
Um,
guys threat me out there, so they coming back and bring their gun and kill me. I've had it all out there. I've had it all out there.
yeah. Well,
You know,
I'm
it,
glad.
it, it it opened up my eyes a lot about Belize. I saw a different side of Belize.
But
You
you
know.
have a new a
But
tenant there now.
yes, I do have the Jew boy there,
Is
big
he
man.
facing any of that? I don't think they
No,
will be.
well, people have come to him and told him that they never came to my place because the white man used to run it, but now that black man run it, they're going to support it. So there's racism in Belize. It's stupid because they shouldn't be, because I don't want Belizean. It doesn't matter what color I am or whatever or who I am. I'm a Belizean. Do I sound like an American that tries to speak Creole? No, I am who I am. I live here my whole life. I wake up in Belize. I
And
wake up. I am who I am because of Uno.
they're not like him. They hire all white people
As
for
Polo said,
working.
I was a racist because alone black people I hire.
Uh,
And that's it wasn't I chose black people who came in, had an application out there. A job was there's an opening for a vacancy. There was a vacancy at Spooners, and they come in, and I look, oh shit, that on black girl, oh god, that on Garufana, oh that on Spanish. Never like that. It was what they're when they fill out the application form. The sad thing is a lot of them have kids, and a lot of them had to leave high school and quit
but
at first
the
farm.
turnover
Oh,
rate was.
the turnover is worse now. It's worse now. It was bad when Marlene was running it, and then I ran it, but now it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse after COVID. They don't last very long. They
Yeah,
come with
yeah.
a good attitude, and then after the personality comes out, a lot of shush shush and a lot of bad mind.
But
Coming to
funny. I was talking to a young man today. I was going up towards. I was going to Midtown actually, and
uh
he asked me for a ride because he was going to the call center,
yes,
which is which one that?
That above, that's where Oasis used to be, Bob
Yeah,
Charles
yeah,
March
yeah.
and Danny Building. Yeah.
Yeah, I forget. But he said, why the change? I went stop because I go in a global and globally hire people too. And I said, but you know what, son? What you to do right now? You to build one resume for yourself. So you want that resume to have, if you could stay with a job for a while, to, you building a thing, a resume that you could carry with you for life, and then look upon it and say, why you work 5 months at this job, 5 months at this job, five. It's not as much as if you say, boy, the man worked a couple of years at this job. Apparently he left, well, maybe went for a higher salary or
Yeah.
something like that. But just to leave because you don't like them, I think you don't like the next one more. Maybe a friend of yours work over there. Just the fact that you will leave for anything other than some
Mhm.
serious issue is you're creating
I noticed a lot of that. A lot of them came from the call centers. They couldn't handle the work schedule there. A lot of them left there. I asked them why. A lot of them, like you say, work at a place for a few weeks, few months, and they left. And that's a red alert. That's a red flag for me
right.
because I don't want to train people and then they walk off the
Well,
job.
that's
We
the
train a,
problem,
we
correct?
train a bartender one time, and as soon as he get the training, he walk off and go and work somewhere else with his bartender, and we paid for it. There was a funny one. This was a cook, and she worked at a friend. I knew the person who owned the restaurant, and I said, "Well, why did you leave there?" He said, "Boy, the boss me abusive. He just I they shout at me and things like that, and they take chance and so on. So I box your ass down." So I said, "Oh Lord, all right." And
Yeah, yeah. You,
but
you will you will
the
leave.
person who she worked for was an arrogant guy. He was an arrogant guy. So I could have seen where she get to that point, no?
So you figure he deserved that slap down.
Well, I could understand why she would have done what she do.
Of course, then she have to think that one job where he had him and to make money.
Yeah,
Sometimes discretion
yeah,
is the better part of valor,
yeah,
no?
yeah.
You have
We
to
find a
be.
lot of things, not G Mike, is that they don't like being told how to do things. They take offense that you to put them down. You're not putting them down. You just want to train them that this is how we do things. This is not G. Michael's restaurant. This is Jeremy Spooner's restaurant. And this is how we do things.
And you to pay the salary at the end of the day.
And keep that kitchen nice and clean. And
Yeah.
sweep it up and put everything away. Store things properly. Label things and so on. And you have to tell them over and over and over. So eventually, you know what? Me and Frank used to stay there at the end of the night and clean everything up and put everything away because, what you gonna do?
But
You're fired and then you have to start all over again.
I find it with a lot of workers that they feel like they're doing you a favor
Yes.
to
Yeah.
work for you.
Yeah.
And they don't realize that this is a hand wash hand thing.
Yeah.
You working you giving me a service that I provide that I require
Yeah.
and I can't do for myself, but I am paying you money that you're not gonna have
Yeah.
if you don't do it.
Yeah.
But that there's like they don't mind. They rather not have any money than to be doing the job that's
Well, you know
required.
what it is too, G Mike. Belize has quite a nice network that when you file, somebody and pick you up, granny and pick you up, auntie and pick you up, brother and pick you up. So even though they need the job, it's not a priority. They always know that they walk off the job, my boy. They just walk off the job, left you there stranded. I'm so glad I don't run that place no more. It was
But
getting very
it's
stressful.
all right. It's all right if they would do that, but then not come back tomorrow and ask me for dollar. You see what I'm saying? Because you could have earned that dollar for yourself.
Or
So
they go somewhere else and then they come back and they won't come back and work for you.
yeah, that too. That
You
too.
know.
But
But
no,
it's not only me. It's I talk to a lot of people. It's a big problem in Belize. There's a supermarket up by me here. They go through cash register people like that. People who stack the shelves. They just go through there like that. They I don't know what it is. They just the attitude. And I've talked to foreigners and they say they have the same problem in the United States and in Europe. The youth of today feel entitled and they don't want to work. But you see, they're spoiled. They see everything on Facebook, all the nice things out there. And to get
how
that, you have to work.
how about this honesty? Does that fit in? Do they You think they try
You
to?
know what? I'm sure that we caught a couple people, but I never, when they left with a bag, I never went through their bags and searched it. I took the position that I trust you.
Why? But a lot
Trust
of
you.
people don't allow anybody that work for them for bringing a bag on the job.
Yeah.
And I'm a sad thing because sometimes the bag come empty and left full. And I wonder, but
Yeah.
where you get between the time when you left and sometimes you know want you don't ask them about it because you don't look
Yeah.
bad if there's nothing
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
You know, instead of pull out or close it and say, "Oh, all right." But I mean, should you or shouldn't you? What do you think as an employer? Should you check on a person if the bag looks
A lot
full?
of places do it. I've been to places that close in hour, and then time the staff walk out with a bag, the security checks the bag and so on. I never felt comfortable about doing that, and so I just left it that I'm a good boss. Maybe they respect me. Maybe they won't do it to me, but I'm sure that they have. You know,
Why?
it's I don't want to say it. Well, I won't say it because of but it happens. And I have a friend who she had a place in the free zone, the cruise ship terminal by the Fort George, and she said, "I know they're stealing me, but what's $100 US if each one takes it? The amount of money I'm making, no matter."
Well,
And
once you're ahead, I mean,
I can't afford for five people to take $100 US from me every day. I can't do
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
afford that. But she could. She said it's took it as part of operating expenses. She know they were stealing her, and that
yeah.
kept them working there because they get extra $100 a day when the cruise ships came in.
Interesting. That's
Yeah,
interesting. Yeah,
yeah, that is
because
interesting, isn't it?
yeah,
When you
kind of
make big money, it no matter.
yeah.
You know, I'd have probably raised the wage, but then again, suppose you raise the wage and it's and it's still a thief.
Then you get married. So
Yeah,
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 maybe she consider it a raise, and maybe say, all right,
yeah,
you're right. You go that an interesting comment there, though. I don't know. See
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Um.
But she
Anyway,
wasn't alarmed by it. She told me she doesn't worry about it.
before you came on, I was talking about this damning expose that I see circulating on the Facebook.
Oh yes, the one
Did you
about
see
the
that
prime
with
minister.
the prime minister and his family? Is that something new or is that something old
I think it was something from way back, but somebody's brought it out today. I
and
don't know.
revived it?
I don't know if it's a plan, if it's something out there. What struck me was, when I always read about other countries and I look at my country, sometimes it goes over my head. But it's true. The guy said, in fact, I like how he said George Cadle. Probably he said George Cadle.
Yeah,
you never know,
yeah.
you never know how to pronounce Cadle. But he said something that is true, and it sounds like one of those banana republics. The prime minister appoints the chief justice. He appoints the commissioner of police. He appoints everybody, and the commentator said, "How can the people you appoint do their job because it's you who gave them the job?" And that struck me. It's something that I never really. I know it happens, but I never thought about it. I guess when it was a foreigner pointing it out about my country, it made me think about it.
And the thing is too that those jobs are good paying jobs, so
Yeah,
they're not going to sacrifice that money for any good deed. I don't see that.
yeah.
So, but what's the well, I imagine if we had a good auditing department, no, good auditors, auditor general and whatnot. I don't even know if we have one. Did we ever appoint one? Because they were jostling about who would be it.
The attorney general. No, no, sorry.
No,
The who? The
auditor general, auditor
oh,
general.
I think
This
we have one. I'm sure. Oh no, that's right. Nobody wants that job. Probably
Why?
nobody wants that
Yeah,
job.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Yeah,
but it's important though, Spooner,
yeah,
because we have to know where the money is, who's getting the money, how much should they get, where to do with it, and that you don't leave office again rich when you came in
mhm,
poor.
yeah.
There was one guy riding a bicycle trying to pay rent, and when he come out the office, he had like 4 or 5 house. It's. I mean, you have to
It's sick.
explain
I
it
don't
to
like
me.
it. It's sick. I expected better from our people. I grew up with, I have an English background,
Mhm.
and so I grew up not only being white but being an English background. And I must say, it didn't traumatize me, but it's there in my head. But about the oppression of what the English did to the local people in Belize and so on, and I had empathy for that. You have to have empathy for that. But what struck me is knowing all that the British did, they get into power and they do the same rust to their own people. And
Yeah.
you know who struck out that movie about Gandhi? When they were trying to get him to be part of the government, he says, I will not replace a colonial government with a domestic colonial government. And that's what has happened in Belize. We've kicked the English out and the colonial people, but we've
Uh,
carried on, and we are now the colonizers.
the band plays on. The
Yeah,
band
yeah,
plays on.
exactly. The band plays on, and so
Yeah.
that has disappointed me, and that was one of the reasons that after hearing all the stuff that when they pin me against the wall, and why you that this and you that, I was expecting, and I empathize with Belize, the PUP, and all of that, fighting for independence and so on, and to come back and to see all the corruption, people who had nothing but now have land, got everything, and there's starvation in. Well, I don't know if there's starvation in Belize. Is there starvation in Belize? But there's poverty in Belize, right?
There's
Of course there
poverty.
is,
There's
but not
poverty.
starvation, true?
I think though that if we could look past a lot of the bad, the corruption and all of that, that we're still not in a terrible situation, and we have grown exponentially now. And the standard of living is much better than it was.
Yeah,
In my day, it wasn't unusual to see a child going to school barefooted
yeah,
or
yeah,
with torn pants. You know what I'm saying,
yeah.
or something. You're not going to see that nowadays.
Some people in Belize, from information I've gathered, but I can't mention names, is that they want to get sued or anything like that. But there's some people making some sick money in Belize,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
sick money, and they're appointees. Whatever government gets in, they're up
Oh,
there.
you mean government workers? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And
They're
some of them making some sick money with your connections. You're put into positions where the choice to make money is good. But a lawyer in ACB told us about something about Sir Lyle de Innis. I think he was from Barbados. He was
I
the
remember,
Chief
it was
Justice at the
yeah,
time.
I remember him.
And he said, being the Chief Justice in Belize, because he was a man of integrity, he said that it was very hard being that because he couldn't socialize, to keep his independence. He couldn't make friends because he couldn't have his judgments be his judgment, because he knew somebody that would affect his judgment and so on. He had to stay back from moving around with society, going to the bar and have a few drinks with people and things like. It was a lonely life for him.
I remember Conte, who had that job, did not have that problem. You could be seen at the market every Saturday.
Yeah.
He was,
Well, things like that they could do, but for going out to go to a Luca bar or 1 hour bar and they hang out with the guys, and things like that, you couldn't do that. You had to restrict your life out there because
well,
you had to make judgments,
but he not me to worry about what was him to worry about the perception, I imagine, no? That because if he's a
Well, no,
man of
he
integrity,
was an honourable man.
all right. So then he don't have to worry about that. So that the perception of it, that him to try avoid.
Yeah.
Because
I like Conte. Conte was a good man. I mean, Conte.
boy, you sure? Did
Yes,
you
I
see
know. I've
Conte?
heard things that my dealings with him, he gave me a lot of respect and he supported me a lot in ACB and so on. And I remember we traveled on the same plane to Miami. We weren't sitting together. I didn't even know he was on the plane. But I got through customs and everything and then chased me down. And I said, yeah, you wait. We need to talk to you. And when the guy grabbed me, Conte was passing by and he said, Mr. Spooner, is everything all right? And the guy who grabbed me says, oh, you know that guy over there too? Who's he? And so on. So I shut up. I didn't want to bring Conte into that situation. And they probably would not respect him because he's the Chief Justice of Belize. Plus, he was a Chief Justice, Attorney General. In what country did he come from in Africa? He was a very,
Sri Lanka, I believe.
but there's stories that say that he was corrupt, he was this and so on. I saw a different side of him, but I didn't want.
I knew him personally. We had many conversations because at the time I was with the police also, so I had reason to interact. And yes, he was a nice guy, but when I heard the history of what he had done and some of the things he was involved in, it kind of like. But then again, I wasn't sure.
Maybe that's why they hired him in Belize. He was to their way of thinking.
You see, you're getting in more trouble and you can get out there. Yeah.
Of course, you're gonna pick people who's gonna side with you, just like what Trump did do. Yeah, pick a cabinet of people who are like him. They all do it. They all do it.
I want to see
why change nothing, Angie, Mike. You and I are dead and nothing and change.
But I won't be so pessimistic.
I'm cynical.
I will try. I'm
cynical.
I keep hope alive. It might. I want to talk a little bit before we go on. Funny as it is, with get close to time, no. But
I can't believe you got me talking for nearly 2 hours.
I'm not shut up yet. I try to get a word in. No.
You know what? I don't smoke and eat weed for a long time. I smoke and eat thing after this thing you're done.
You're going to
sleep,
it's all right,
Beach. You only got 10 grams, yeah.
You waste your weed, get going to sleep. I find weed is better smoked early in the morning.
Early in the morning,
you enjoy the whole ambience at the morning time.
It's amazing. I have not smoked a joint in a long time. Everybody think I'm a weed head, but if it's offered to me and I'm in company,
so you don't want to bite, but you're on smoke-free weed. That basically. All right. So we're having our annual back to school program next Sunday. I want to keep that in mind. See why I think you're going to fly there if you I'm sending it for you.
Yeah, get it done.
And where I'm and what we try to do, Spooner, because I really believe that sports is integral to everything in life. They teach so much to the youth when they learn to interact with one another, they learn respect for one another. And so we got five-a-side football, but I wanted to do, and I want to, I'm hoping in fact, this is the last thing I spoke to Joe about, and there's a boxing ring knocking around Belize. I believe Ducha Thomas was the last person I remember having it. And there's this fellow, Moses South. Do you know him?
Yes, I know who he is. He's a Jamaican. He said he used to be a boxer.
Yeah, but obviously everybody I talk to about him, he seems arrogant. He's a
Jamaican, man. What do you expect? Jamaican.
You got one point. You got one point.
But
he's in Belize.
But
he's in Belize. No. But I'm saying he's supposed to be the president of boxing.
Okay.
I've been trying to reach him. I got no touch base. I don't got a number, but it's up on Facebook. I message the man. The man don't give me no kind of response. So I might have to go by head. But I'm saying.
What you do have to make you do yourself?
But no way do anybody. I understand that that's his. Then again, I wouldn't doubt that maybe I do something or say something. Sometimes people dislike you, Spooner, for some very frivolous matters, things that you might have said and disagreed with them at some point, and they hold that against you. I am not going to be concerned about that much. But I'm saying, if we got some boys, I'm going to try to promote and support a boxing that you are president of, that is right now dormant. Have you heard much about boxing in Belize?
No.
Can you name one or two boxers of Belize?
I see on the next gen, on the Channel 10, there's some boxing matches, but it seems it's outside of Belize City.
I think Kaya then got a few of them sometime. Yeah. But we need to promote the sport. I really think that we have some kids in our neighborhood. In fact, the guy, a former boxer, David Dacus. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
I remember the name, yes.
Good boxer. He has a son that's coming up. and boxing well. In fact, it knocked out and boy the Kyle last that been upon a couple of weeks ago. So he trains in the park. And if there's one thing I want for you able to say, boy, you see this park, it produced a few champions. We got some
Yeah.
good football players and whatnot, so it's a good possibility.
And people
But
love boxing too. They do
I
love it.
I, I think we do. And I want civilized. If I could, without sounding oxymoronic, they want civilized interacting. Since it or civilized barbarianism. Let me put it that way, because there's some people who look at it as well sport that's not civilized, if you will, not something that normal people should be engaging in because it involves violence. No,
I used to love watching Tyson. He was until he got involved with the guy with the spiky hair. The guy that
Don
took
King?
the guy, Don King. They say, "What do you get when you cross Rogaine with Viagra?" Don King, the hair. Speak up.
Yeah, he was he filthy rich though.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
he abused a lot of his boxers and so on. Not abused sexually, but abused them financially. But um, Tyson changed after he lost Gus. And when he started saying going to eat people and all of that, that's when he lost me.
Oh,
But
but
I
he
respect,
he,
but I
he
respect
was.
him again now. Yeah, he's good
I
again.
I don't think he had the flair of a Muhammad Ali, for instance.
Oh,
Uh,
Muhammad Ali was yeah, yeah.
Joe
I
Frazier.
bet I was in England and I bet a Chinese man £5, which was a lot of money in those days in England in the 70s. I think it was 1970 when he fought Foreman.
Okay.
And I bet on Muhammad Ali and I won my £10. Because we only, bet £5 each, I won. I actually,
Yeah.
but I think it was more out of heart. It was more out of
I
heart.
think Ali, the one of the special boxers that come along once in a while, once in a lifetime.
I just didn't like what he did to Malcolm X. He disrespected Malcolm X, but he apologized. Malcolm X died, and he apologized.
But what what
Uh,
what what was the story?
well, he dissed Malcolm X because of Elijah Muhammad, who was the leader of the Muslims in the states. He turned, and because they pushed Malcolm X out of the congregation, out of the organization, Muhammad Ali turned his back on Malcolm X.
You know what was funny? That one of the reasons why Malcolm X went against Honorable Elijah Muhammad
Yes.
was that he went to Mecca and
Yeah.
to do the pilgrim, and while there, he realized that there are many people, they have many different shades,
Yeah.
many even white people who are
Yeah.
Muslims.
Yeah.
And this is something I want to mention because I noticed now with the situation in Gaza that a lot of white people are the ones who are more vocal, coming
Yeah.
up and against it and sacrificing
Yeah.
their careers and things because of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Malcolm X was an incredible guy. You watch how he evolved
yeah,
from
he
a
did evolve.
criminal, and he evolved, and I was always upset that they assassinated him. Well, he could have offered so much to
But
America and
the
so on.
whole Muslim thing, that about watching people evolve. Because if you ever notice them, and a guy once said to me, say, you watch a Muslim, he's always going somewhere. He's moving, as opposed to just on lackadaisical. So that the whole the Muslim, the characteristic of a Muslim, that's something that's to be admired. Now, of course, they get a lot of bad publicity because of the fact that Christians believe that they're the only, again, that kind of like, then are the chosen of the chosen, if you will. The ones who are chosen choose them to be eunuchs in line, which are a ridiculous kind of thing. So the Christians think, and they don't know that in Gaza, Christians are being killed also and persecuted by the Israeli, because they don't believe in Jesus. Well, they killed Jesus, my friend. So I don't see why there's such two of them that serve basically the same God. One calling Allah, one calling God,
Yeah.
and one believe you have to go through Jesus to get to a philosophy I don't subscribe to.
Mm, mm,
But at some point, we have to learn to live together in this world, Spooner. And
mm.
that way we have to end on in that we're going to have to find a way to improve. So I'm saying that I'm asking us help with this to fill up some of these school bags. If I get enough but Gambis,
Yeah.
that will be it. I don't know where you're
You're
talking
looking for about 100. You got about 100 young kids that need them. Yeah.
about. Right,
How many?
right.
How many? 100.
So and in fact, I got some friends in the States that is late because I was telling you a story that BL had given me the impression that they went and do the whole
Yes,
program.
you told me.
They,
Yeah.
they went take care of everything, including the flyers. And as time was going by, and I kept calling and asking, yes, man, all right, we just have to do wait. We're gonna meet you next week. We're gonna get in touch with you. And the time just went by that by the time they told me, why we never do it again, it was too late for me to do any kind of appeal. Because nobody could get one vaccine by then or one barrel, no? And
Yeah.
that we usually depend on every year.
Mm.
People, but people got so many other things to do if you don't remind them and bring it to them. Of course, I have a champion over there, boy, in Vanessa Jenkins Young, who I must applaud. Did you see her daughter won the Tony? I believe it 2 years in a row. And then not to sneeze at. I want
Okay.
big Broadway, that the pick of the pill, if you will. So and that I believe Belizean should be more proud because the legal come back often. Her mother has never former Queen of the Bay, beautiful girl. So, but
Mhm.
she usually collects for us over there. People want to get on these Zelle something because we don't sell in Belize. So
Yeah.
they send it to her and she'd make sure we get it. So if
Mm.
anybody over there want to give any assistance in that regard, because of course we want to give prizes with the boxers, we have to get at least something, at least stipend, you know what I mean?
What's
So
the name of the actress who won the Tony Award?
Kara Young,
Yeah. Okay.
Kara. And
Mm.
in fact, there's another Belizean who had a daughter that won the Tony Awards, and
Uh-huh.
she's on the West Coast. This child name, I believe, Moon. Some Moon, though. She's not, I believe the one name that she took on to herself, no, because her mother is Jeffries. Um,
Okay.
I think the family to Crispin Jeffries is also former commissioner of
Okay.
police.
Yeah.
So, but listen, Spooner, it
Yeah.
is that time, bro. I mean, it went by so fast. We do it again, man. If we apparently Wallace didn't make it. Wallace had said he was totally traumatized, and I could understand.
Oh yes, I could imagine that.
Then
Yeah.
he must be tired because everybody may want to interview with him today.
Yeah.
So
That's
I
serious, man. Grazed his face. A bullet grazed his
boy,
face.
that as close as you can get. Um, yeah, and this I never know act like Trump. This I mean real. So,
Yeah, they need to find out. I'd really like to know what was behind that. Why would you do something
but
like
it's
that? You know?
I understand again, Spooner, and this come from reliable sources that actually because of the neighborhood that he lives in, there's a rivalry
But they
between
don't see that he's doing good. They can't see that he's doing good for them.
why these young guys don't care, man. They want to make a point. They want to prove that you got one of ours, we'll get one of yours. And they
Oh,
used
I
to
see. So a rival gang in another
be
neighborhood
right,
because he lives in this other gang neighborhood.
right.
He's a
Uh,
celebrity now and all
correct,
that. And, okay,
correct. They will make a statement. Um,
pointless,
that
pointless.
is not only pointless, but that's dangerous. Because if we
Yes, it
don't get to
is.
that point, if we
Yeah.
allow that to happen, all of us are at risk.
Targets.
So we have to do something about it. And I don't think that the 13th Amendment is the answer, but we have to do something and do something quickly, no?
All right. Well,
So
do a quick plug for your thing again for Charlie Burton next
on the
Sunday.
31st of August, we want to invite people. If you're in Belize and anywhere, we got some nice exhibition boxing, excellent football. Our boys are playing some super football. And of course, we're going to have, I still work towards trying to get some music. So if we get maybe Kenny G usually comes in and I will have to negotiate and try. I have to see how the pennies fall and whatnot. I get help from a couple of people. One man, I don't want to call the name because everybody going to brum rush him, but
Yeah.
really came through and helped me out. So I got like some of the prices covered and whatnot. But I have to, in the event that government's not give me enough, I have to buy more books because this is important. These kids have to get their supplies to go to school, no?
And I have one plug I'd like to, if people don't listen in, they should do. They should listen in from Monday to Friday to the morning stew. You got three great people there. You got Crisco, you got Groove, Steve.
Frisco, no, why you call him
Frisco,
on
sorry,
Frisco?
Frisco, not yeah, Frisco.
Frisco.
Then you got Steve Perriott, and you got Lisa Love, and they talk about, they got great topics. They talk about humor on there, serious subjects, and I enjoyed it very much listening to them too.
So you're a fan of the morning stew.
Yeah, I listen to them. Yeah, I
All
listen
right,
to
wonderful.
them.
I do too, and every now and again I get
You
on the
do
call
call
and
in,
say,
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. They
But
call you, yeah, you do.
Spooner,
So,
take care, sir, my brother. Thank you. God bless you.
all
Respect
right,
every
good night.
time. We'll chat again soon. See why? We're done here. If you're not
Okay,
gonna sleep, sometimes drop
buenas
asleep and
noches,
well,
Feliz.
the controller. Yeah. Take care, bro.
All right,
All right.
take care. Is he
Thanks,
turned
man.
us off yet?
Hi, boy. We're
He must
good.
have fallen asleep.
Father, see, yeah, wake up directly and play music. We're chat. I gone. Later,
Okay,
spoons.
all right. Okay, now I got to learn how to turn this thing off. Okay.